Yeah? Ishgard. Going Ishgard. All present good, let us split up and search for Ingstein. Since we're relatively new to this place, Grahara and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Logan can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well, let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Ingstein. Good luck. I think I shall begin the Sky Steel manufacturing. So perhaps you could try the congregate. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Amric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? As you know, we were not aware of Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he won't to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking audience with Lord Amric, only to find him absent? In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
It's been quite some time since last I set foot in Salah, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you used chance to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant. But I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealing with her. Willie Logan is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one to assist. To have met Tiamat face to face. Ah yes, you were a friend of her father. I do have met with Tiamat. When the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see, the original reason for her coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. May God always pardon me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he will not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Come on, wait, it's this way. My sire's mortal companion, will it bring a thief back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
That my sins should be repeated. This is not the meanest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Marcelda, our children. The icon claimed their souls when he manifests, and robbed of their will, they became tools of the Alkian's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Because the dragons are set up by the mercy of this acid, like we no other explanation. Cursed ancients, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, to strip our children of their freedom, their dignity, under no deaths to which you will not stop. Stupid. Huh? I can't ever read. What are you talking about?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What would thou have me, slayer of dragon?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I for you, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first in my blood, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood well. Were I to lose myself to the icon's influence, I would pay the price. It is a little matter. Even had I the strength to resist, I lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. No? Not yet. Yep. That's the main storyline for you.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance.
They should make this into movies.
If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Before. Not 14, but...
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted sanctuary, and now your foes would bring your destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and all who have suffered for my sins. I shall fight with you, children of man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Colorful zebra at that. I agreed with you. While Porsies have been shown to effective in curing the temper, Tiamat Moon is considered a special case. She is far larger and immensely more powerful than any Sledge treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process has failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before we go on ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allians kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to removal of those shackles. I know Alpha and Logan here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Instinct, I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. I do not claim to know all her sorrows. I too once found myself in a prison of despair. I will understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. The encouragement of a braver souls than I am to make me the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Maybe when we are done here, we could trade tales over a pot of Tarahu's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Aerochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Did you happen to be carrying it around with you? Says that could seem rather odd to explain. Ambrose, Uringer, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transfer not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should the opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions and identified me as a royal blood, and armed with the spirit vessel, I suppose that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the recipe. It seems worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. Should you find out likely candid, do not be tempted to make adjustments. It will not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. For shipping between metallic temperature increasing to critical lows. Please replace damaged parts and retreat to a safe distance. Psst. Oh, not that one. Maybe this one that looks like an Easter egg. Kirk, data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Please cause intruder interference. Advise the plan of automated combat use. Proceed. No, not good. Complete warning scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system data may result in unscheduled specimen release. Nice. 2020 years behind on their maintenance and the shackles. For an instant, I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. Within you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the note of which Grihar spoke. And it was chirping, you say. Very well, let's take a closer look. To operate the dragon restraint mechanisms. You now requested access for operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family, or those of the whole royal blood, perhaps. User detected missing biometric authentication. Again, complete user and device member of the royal family. Please state your name. Welcome, Logan. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat system updates required. Was it ran by Windows? The system update? What do you... Must be have Windows on it. User allegation. Acquire access to the control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to obsolescence in my software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received a requested system update, as far as I can tell. Till which time I'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. These implementation protocols. I'm here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Getting user terminal this way, please. Let's see, according to the terminal, the central control system is precisely employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Well, I saw version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimate time required for update 5 years, 1 day. Must be Windows. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any options, for instance, using this terminal to operate time as restraints instead? The proposed message is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it'll have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spare vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Garaturia once this is over. $8:30. Just a little more work. Time out will be free. But before we go any further, there's something I would know. In time out, Aaron Ken fought against the Albion Empire. Both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Asians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they struck the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that since touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them? Huh? But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandel? Will you try and reach out to him too? No, there's no reaching out to him. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. Perhaps that's the difference between you and me. And you see the good in people, even if it's but the faintest glimmer. I hope you do not come to rue your benefits. You think it's unwise for reviewing the world, thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. There may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. He told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's asks that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that sounds rather frustrating. We get there in the end. You were off talking to notes. Grahara and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all things belong equal. The treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we will contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. And I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. While this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fractional devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Beaumont as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. Enough talk. It's time to put our theories to proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restraints and ethereal dampers. Okay, I know, Angelo. As such one, the frost of shadows my soul doth begin to thaw. What are these visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alg Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that process of restoring our soul to its pre-tempted state is awakening ancient memories? Or my thoughts to be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Logan, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures, not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mercelia, our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land, which would come to be known as Mercedia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlean scholar Rocher. He posed that the man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Esterial Era. Correctly, if it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. The children of the first of man arrived on our shores. No foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. As the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing every more of their brethren, who divided the vast land among themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of our fellows. Ere long, man fought man, and blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife until one day they came to us. Great desire and wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in the conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Algum slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Assyrians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Assyrians together, and you and your blood will have justice. Fighting sediments, we are almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the comments. I swear, when this is over, keep going. At least the magic is working. this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Gyara's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
Ugh, no! I'm almost there! This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I feel it. Akon's grip growth's weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Assuming those children, can my kindred be saved in the like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Ah, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
A little bit.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Well, I'm sure you desperate to join us team in tournament in battle. 'Twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the silence first. The foe we face demands no less. I've already sent word to the others. We rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Now I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Tefar will have other plans. Pathagon is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarupin at their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultana would respond. It is good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amajad. Abandoned it? They would not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. At that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in his resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Palkathan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and its draconic horde of besides. time as children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of Omajai showed any signs of tempering. Strange, what problem would turn down a chance to claim his new thralls? Unless it's incapable of doing so, perhaps I'm not wont to serve a master, Asian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manners from those who have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Logan and others like him would have to shoulder the burden alone. As that it may be, Lunar Bahamut remains an complexly powerful foe whom our soldiers struggle to best more through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship waits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. We shall continue to coordinate our forces. So next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It's kind of weird to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. But I, for one, am inclined to do as regards request. Please forget. Our renown in Fordola are impacted on the reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. To the airship! Woo! What? Did you say go fake Bahamut? Oh. I was like, what the hell? Getting close to the end of this one. Woo! That's alright, I still got 2 more expansions after this one to do. Yeah! There's 2 more after this one. I mean, this game has been out since 2010. Yeah. Because I didn't play it. Hmm? Go and guess Kira.
What took you so long? The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up. Oh, no, you don't.
Yeah, look how it's going. Getting close to the end of ShadowBringers. Should be only 4 more quests, I believe. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is known, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds we are set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragon sail, or say to hearken to the lies of the Asins that I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Heck yeah.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
No! Oh well, that one works. That one's the middle one.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Guardians who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
sometime earlier.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Yeah.
Get back!
Have you decided
No.
if you're going to try the game yet or not?
What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
That's a problem.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Oh no. Well, we don't know. We won't know until later, probably. I'm sure they'll go over it. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandale, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arvald's safe return. Well, we don't know if that's going to happen. Ignore my boy. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss today's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. With that, I could treat you a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from for Tarns. I can't say that one. Your grace, whatever is the matter. As our troops withdrew from Pathgons, they came upon the two scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, has been wounded and has been dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Armor's condition, your grace? The wounded scout? say that it is grave. The Caridans tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be included with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Logan Ernstine, would you mind going after Alpha Node? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pathcoming. Come on then. Yes, that's where we want to go. It's the strip. Another one to come see the lad in silver armor. Master Dalamont is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Dalamont say? Tell me his exact words. But, you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arvod, I was afraid that something like this might happen. But now that it has, all we can do is wait. Yep, that's all you can do.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let's return to the others. Her Grace invites the Sons of the Seven Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You only need to tell me where they're at, Your Grace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right, then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphanode. Armbold is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the firmament. Let's retire, then, that we may gain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If we're all in agreement, then I shall let Krile know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our guardians eagerly await our return, and Crow in particular has a few matters he is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Einstein. Believe it or not, will you join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Palestinian woman. Palestine, yes, Palestinian. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
"'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within their archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own, and as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, And do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord! We have only to wait for them to quicken! Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
I want to know which one. I'm gonna be right back. Just go and grab something real quick. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a few busy moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Danger's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in and gladly mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions, who risk life and limb, like poor Arnvold. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles now, would it? That's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there's any developments, I promise you, you'll be the first to know. Ah, Logan, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. We came hoping for tidings from Cryo, and Farewell's still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraptree says lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the line says the situation well in hand, and it's to no part to Hooray, Boulder, and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldan's progress at Almajab, Rindana has opened negotiations with Axel, believe it or not. All which is obviously very encouraging, though the Tafarli still out there is it's not as if we can't afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Almigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. If we're just talking about the Alliance, may I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Tafarli. Concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes, have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. The alliance would bring all the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. Ambitious plan given the delicacy of negotiations, but mayhap an expectant one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady, and for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions, too, are present, all Erosia will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomacy but practically. Pray and inform the Alliance that we will be honored to participate. We shall make it for Almigo without delay. And I will bear you the answer with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, Who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Yashala lead our conjure. Given how long you have worked in zoning, it is only right that you present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in the little endeavor, don't you, Logan? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there. I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we?
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Yistola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other Vegas, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I have been heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Roy pledge their solidarity. Yet even as I uttered their declarations, all I could think about is the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would made me the lost lives inevitables that I struggled to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Well, there's other seats here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Grandana and its neighbors, the Thils. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to protect the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Thils as the Ash Crown Custodian. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes? Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Thils' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. There remains certain practical differences between the Trade Consortium and the Grand Company. If the Thils are to perform their tasks effectively, they will require the Council of One first in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Brace, yes, forgive me, Master Alphinaud. It is a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Brace, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial concepts, going to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company for Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon the frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interest. I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Have I asked too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations drawn on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Brace. You have my gratitude, Master Admiral, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Thils. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every godly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telfari and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Hey, as someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it'd be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. The Mayhag Grahar can lead a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your coming, Grahar. I shall explain the details on the way. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I propose is largely written. Not long after the fated day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the fallings that brought about its demise. Thus I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility, never did I imagine that it might later be referred to those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, and the events viewed from a singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why? After the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us, while others did not? I see you think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new company together, and that this knowledge might help us prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. Yes, that is my hope, yes. But the question I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As a former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Grant and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you had no objections, I have in mind to begin speaking with Raoul and Adeline. If memory serves, the two of them retained the intelligence briefing at the Crystarium Orients. Let us seek them out there. Castrium. Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Won't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? Matter speaking, I have been assigned tasks, you see, for which I require assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, huh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Raoul will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. From my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me, won't tell. Well, I've always felt the Scions has something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time has gone on, and I learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes, from hoary border to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. As not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion is all about. I am for a loss of words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Logan, could you? Well, his founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. Various Wabus signed up with good intention. There was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a desperate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. It is a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel of them. Not like the Scions. We might look at the ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got the shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru shifted all the glory. Hunters, for they made it through the door. I see, so while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permissions, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Well, I think we have taken up enough of the colleagues' time. I am conscious that less life and farming transforms away. We'll make way to Gridana and hear what the others have learned. Since Tataru ever depending on us, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were poor fright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alpha, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you, Osa, about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on to Little Solace and seek out Elder Fixio. I will join you unknown. Yeah, welcome, brave one and friends of brave one. How good it is to see the walking ones again, so soon after the meeting. Indeed it has. Though this place was very pretty, the meeting was far too noisy for this one. So many shouting ones and squawking ones and cheery ones, with no chance of carefree conversation. Still, this one is pleased all ones can be friends. R1 Canon Isinga said that walking ones would be coming to little solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylph lands and abducted many of these ones, so though these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That's hard to hear, Elder. We require all ones to work in unison to stop Japarli. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones— oops, I accidentally clicked. Oh, pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry it seems. Please, you must come quickly. Where's the matter? I don't think you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No, a twin adder officer accosted me and I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gordana at any moment. An envoy? Could be that Kryle has managed to sway the forum? We shall soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can't see why they might want Scions to be present. But us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself when I inquired as to envoy's identity. I was told that it was one fortunate Lolivier. Your father? Well now. The fact that a serving member of the forum had a journey here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps. He has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it's inevitably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Other person, loath I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gordana. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. Go, go, Power Rangers! The audience will be held at Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Word of Master of Forstone's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mrs. Kryle permission to request Sarlene's aid, we did not anticipate such a prompt reply, much less one that be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of the reply may be, we shall soon discover. I expect this to be a talkie. I hope so. It's been a lot of reading tonight.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy.
By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father! How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Cold-hearted.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Friendly.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
So that's what he came here to say. We're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Tefril. As for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Erosia burns. I was but the messenger, and he handed down their judgment. I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. A prolonged discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fortuné who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, so we shall face it temporarily without their aid. Forgive me, but there's no intervention of helping us. Then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply conduct their consul, as they want to do? Logan, has Mr. Forsley arrived yet? And as I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case as to many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say they ignored every word I said on the subject. That, without exception, it was most unnerving. Could it be that they're hiding something from us? They might go some way to explain Master Fortunate's performance. When he said they would know the final days were truly upon us, I don't say it as pride. What if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and so we disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not unconcerned about the Tefril as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I'm exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I feared any better with my other mission, researching Heidelin in the sterile sea. I tried enlisting the help of the expert in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. it would seem. So don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Erosia stand on knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Tefara at bay must take precedence. Both like you'll be able to make the journey to Starland year long. It may take a while to secure entry for you all. I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculation gives me cause to hope. Yet these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible the Shardlands hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certain that its exposure will prompt them in a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Formans refuse our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Terfola. Even with all Erosia standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Shardland intend to do if we fail? Oh, let's go with chicken fettuccine. While Charlie's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the foreign's responses with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions, grave tidings, walking one's grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see the feathered ones sent terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Exfell. Destroying ones and captured ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When this happened, is it too late to help them? Too late, yes. Much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continuing on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that'd be Corthius. My lady, the Ishgardians report that Tefari have emerged from the eastern highlands of Corthius and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Katu Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Then we shall have it. The time has come for the great company of Erosia to prove its worth. Perhaps it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortune. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartony. Wait, this one else forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by Cackling Rod One. This one must see that all walking ones knew. Farewell. Vandriel. Well, it's only a matter of time before the grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cardinal. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady, let us away. Logan, it seems Cordella here has come all the way to Gridani to find us. I explained the situation, but she says her business is urgent. I'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
You tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphina's trial, it appears to have done some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to communications officer, Amajala and Kobold forces are bound for Kaknu as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Almigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Listen well, friends. The Taffrey are sweeping across Carpenter. As for Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield. He has since vanished. He likely intends to watch. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to proceed. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they are insistent which also unlikely. Whatever the Taffrey plan may be, the primals are our primary targets. Go fast on this part. Understood. They will not elude the sounds for long. Let's
Prepare
do this.
yourself.
Leroy.
Give it our all.
Oh shoot! Here I am trying to move. It's not moving. The sound spread across the field, allies and ground to take the fight to Tefora. Oh boy.
About me.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Do you see that? Nicholas? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of the Kanto. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flask concealed etheric currents like to the pillars of Azim's deep, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Brandil has conjured reach into the very mist, and I believe I know their purpose. Should lunar primes destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The result, likely distribution of the flow of ether would show chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far to comes as a little surprise. We must needs protect the commons at all cost.
I shall protect thee.
My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Ow. It's the wrong way. One down.
you now.
Okay, well, I did something wrong there.
I have you now.
Got it. Sit down. I need to take my condos out. I haven't even took them out yet. I need to though. I think I know how to play this one.
You're finished!
Fight on!
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you.
I'll be right back. I gotta take my contacts out. They're bothering me. Alright, I'm back! Contests are out. Eyes feel better already.
Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Garlemore.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Yep. To the very end.
To the very end.
And that's the end of ShadowBringers. Skip. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Guardian Fleet. Leaves you worried that Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. Thanks for the follow, Pac-Man8U. You thought of everything, Lorimer, and I may say how much thank you for nothing of it. Our destiny lay in some direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend had been since last he took his leave. How you doing today? Or tonight? Whatever it is for you. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the far east. Returning to more serious matters, while the Tefari have been driven from Cardanu, this is the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Erosia, first joint military operation. However, I am confident that the potential to meet such a threat head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Terror at bay, I would ask you to apply your talents to the task neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor while the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our experience in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beneath the Alliance domination. There is a time and place for formal invitations, of course, and certain secrets won't hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have any need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vile as they plainly are to Tefaro plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Tefaro will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alpha Node. We need a plan, not purportance. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Shadowland. According to Crowd, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late, but this may be related to the appearance of the Tefari. That remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Forsternaut's performance at the Lotus Sand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlotte had ever been wellspring of aeronautical knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. What of you, Logan? Might you persuade us to join us? Hot orders for Charlan. Here, it's time we laid bare to the Tefari dark designs. Appears we all are in agreement. We have but to wait for Cryle to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence it does. At present, I have only creeping speculation, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. You have learned the most. Shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital. A Reaper, of course. A Gunblade Reaper. Interesting. A Harbinger, that's what he's tried to become.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
As solemn dawn, grim purpose shines and gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end burns. Logan, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's reprise and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. I was really hoping it wasn't going to do that, but I just wanted to set the quest. Let us take stock in the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of honest towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Tefari. The Tefari's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, a popular event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers that there has been the cause of untold suffering. Kala's instance connect in prison for his primal summonings. Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aurora surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist their being tempered at least. But after what happened to our world and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats come home at our paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation going on. As you know, the Tefari are under the leadership of Fandariel, and one other their delightful fellow, Xenos Gathis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his whole body, murdered Emperor Varus, and pledged to our might into even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, I saw the bloodiest fight in the war's succession, but has since changed and in troubling ways. I do recall that the air was not once rent by barking of cannons or cries of discord, thus an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The winds appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Tefari. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only a prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to diverse the means to counter the threat quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. Charlotte, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunate comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The farm knows more than they are letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Krell. She says arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Head to summon Lucina on board the next ship bound for Charlotte. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Balstein. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangement may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Alright, and with that, I am going to call it a night. Please don't forget to drop a follow if you're on TikTok, Twitch, or Kick, or subscribe on YouTube. Or you can always go to one of those other platforms and do the follow those as well. I do have a Discord as well that you're welcome to join and be notified whenever I go live. At this point, I will go ahead and stop YouTube and Kicks as well as TikTok streams. Until next time.